strength, and grace. We also step into a future where innovation is no longer a luxury but a necessity. Artificial intelligence, digital finance, climate smart agriculture, mental health inclusions, and engineering technology are shaping the world. African women must not be left behind. In recognition of the rising mental health challenges across Africa, especially among women, who carry the burdens of families, communities, and leadership. An emotional labor, we have introduced a new segment on mental health and women's well-being. A mentally healthy woman is a nation builder. We must break the silence, dismantle the stigma, and make wellness part of women's empowerment. Do you all agree with me? Thank you very much. Over the next 3 days, we will engage in strategic conversations, policy dialogues, innovation showcases, and intergenerational mentorship session, which is why we have a little queen in our midst here, little Miss Kogi. She's a 9-year-old that you're going to hear her speak very soon. To equip every delegate with knowledge and network with all inspirations that they need. But most importantly, we are here to remind every African woman that she is not powerless, she is not voiceless, she is not invisible, she is the heartbeat of development. We see you and the world see you. As we begin this edition of the African Women Conference, I encourage us to participate with open minds, collaborate with purpose, and network with intention. May every conversation spark new ideas. May every session birth new partnerships. May every woman here live better, stronger, and more empowered than she arrives. If you believe that you're going to live here better, more empowered than you arrive, can I? Thank you. So on behalf of the AW's International Secretariat, our boards, volunteers, country partners, and our dedicated host team, I say Akwaba wholeheartedly to the 9th edition of the African Women Conference. Special mention to the AU ECOSOC, AU Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, the Nigeria Federal Ministry of Women Affairs for their technical support in partnership with in particular, the Nigerian High Commission in Ghana, especially the High Commissioner who opened his door from the get-go and has demonstrated his uncommon commitment to this hour. May this gathering spark another chapter of influence, transformation, and progress for women across our beloved continent. Welcome to an era where legacy truly meets innovation. Thank you very much for listening, and I welcome you all. And I would like to specially recognize Professor Hawa Menoma. We started with her when she was a doctor. Can you stand up for recognition, please? She's now a professor. And it is under her leadership as the then director of Gender, Nasarawa State University, that the AWC Leadership Development Program started. And she has stood firmly, and that program is one of our success stories. The second success story is the AWC Digital Hub that is currently ongoing. As you can find on the program, we got, after a resolution from Zambia last year, we got partnership from Data Camp in the United States. They gave us 100 licenses for free. And these girls from across 39 African countries are currently undergoing this online digital program. And thankfully, we have 9 Ghanaian girls on this program. Of course, we're not biased, but Nigeria has the highest number. 25 of them are from Nigeria. Thank you very much, everybody. For everyone that have stood by us, thank you very much for coming. And this dialogue will continue. Let me specially recognize my sister, Hajia Salamatu. She's our immigration attaché. She is also our mini host. Because when I first came, it was a house that I stayed. And everyone here, I love you all. If I did not mention your name, know that you are very close to my heart. And of course, I can never forget Binta for all what she has been doing. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming. And the military in Ghana, thank you. The uniform women in Ghana, the notice was also short, but I see you being represented here this morning. We are truly, truly appreciative of all the support. AWC is not for me, it is for us. Like I said, Our aim is to raise 100 empowered women across Africa, and it can be from your community. I always said, from where you are staying, there's a woman that you can always impact. And my personal philosophy, I repeat it every year, is that nobody is too poor to give, and nothing is too small to give. If you have that in mind, there is no how you can hold back. And giving does not mean money. Your knowledge, information is what we can give, and the next woman will be very, very empowered. Pastor Tony from all the way from California, thank you very much, Pastor, for coming. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. My FEZ eventually worked, so this is technology.
From legacy to innovation, technology on display. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Jumai Amadu. I don't know how she does it, but her heart is always on the sleeves of her hands. And whatsoever she do it, she put everything inside of her to ensure it happens. Please, shall we give her a befitting round of applause? Shall we clap until she makes it back to her seat? Keep clapping. Keep clapping. She's shy already, but keep clapping. Thank you very much. Nothing is too small to be given. And the greatest gift you can give is the gift of you. And you've already given it. A round of applause for yourselves. The next voice you're about to hear is writing so hard that I'm wondering if he's writing his PhD thesis. But it's okay. Please join me welcome from the AU ECOSOC, the Chairman, Trade and Industry Cluster, Chonam Apello. Did I catch you writing your PhD thesis?
Not here, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Yes, Madam MC. So when you were singing, I thought you were in the wrong profession because you sing so well. You may have to consider. Honorable Minister, Honorable Anabisu, a very powerful woman in politics in Ghana. Honorable MP from Nigeria, please allow me to stand on the existing protocols established, and also allow me to bring you greetings from the African Union, but also very especially the African Union ECOSOC, which is Economic, Social, and the Cultural Council of the African Union. So if you're familiar with the African Union architecture, you realize that AU works in organs. So there are several organs. Organs of head of states, which is like parliament of all presidents in Africa. They meet twice a year to deliberate on issues of Africa. We have the organ of Pan-African Parliament, which is based in South Africa, which is like parliament of parliamentarians. Every parliament in Africa will have 5 MPs that will represent such an organ. We have the Pan-African Courts in Tanzania. Then we have the Executive Council, which is one of the organs of the African Union, which is like parliament of foreign affairs ministers. And then we have the ECOSOC, which is the Economic, Social, Cultural Council. It's like parliament of civil society and professional groups on the continent. So every country has the opportunity of having 2 elected honorable members representing them at the AU ECOSOC General Assembly. Nigeria remains one of the powerful members of ECOSOC. So whilst within the ECOSOC, we've got a standing committee, which is the leadership that includes 8 cluster chairs and also the bureau. The bureau is the presiding officer and the deputy presiding officers. Now, among the clusters, we've got the women and gender cluster, which remain one of the most powerful tools within which we use to sensitize and promote the cause of women within ECOSOC. The AU itself, as an institution, it's driven heavily by the Agenda 2063, which is a blueprint that allows us to aim to be able to unite the continent by 2063. If you read Aspiration 6 of the AU Agenda 2063, it focuses on prioritizing the need of women in achieving the agenda. The hope is that by 2063, we should have total equality of all genders. By 2063, that we would have total elimination of all forms of discrimination against women in any shape, any form. We want to ensure that women have all access as everybody else by 2063. If you follow very keenly, we've got a new addition to the AU family, which is the AFTA Secretariat, the African Union Continental Free Trade Agreement. The headquarters is right here in Accra. So this AFTA initiative is to promote trade and industry among African countries. The idea is that we want to make sure that we take off all barriers of trade. Because you see, if we want to unite by 2063, then we should be able to trade evenly. Currently, the trade between Africa and Europe or the US, it's more than the trade between us as countries of Africa. We like to tackle that. And one of the ways to tackle that is to take off all barriers of trade, quotas and duties on that we slap on goods at the port. That has been coming on well. But whilst at it, the leaders have recognized that we cannot do this if we don't have a special purpose vehicle that focuses on promoting the cause of women in trade and industry. So last year, February, the leaders of Africa adopted a protocol on women and youth to ensure that all nations of Africa are mandated to eliminate all barriers that women face when they want to trade. So it typically includes barriers to access to capital and finance, barriers to access to information, and also barriers that are gender sensitive. Because some of them are unwritten, are unsaid, but they are there. The idea is to identify all these barriers and tackle them so that Africa will become a place where everybody, mainly women, have the opportunity to thrive and succeed in their chosen area of work. It's been proven and demonstrated that in any institution or country or organization that is led by women, the results shows that they tend to provide more and they tend to rule better and they are far at it. So it is on that the AU itself have identified that we are doing harm to ourselves by not ensuring that women are properly integrated in the types of things we do. Just last week, I was speaking in a conference in Barbados, in far Caribbean. So this is a room full of leaders of the country. The president of Barbados is a woman. The prime minister is a woman. The deputy prime minister is a woman. The minister for gender is a woman. The chief executive of their Barbados Export is a woman. The chief executive of the Barbados Investments and Promotion and Travels is a woman. So this is a room full of women of a country that is fastly developing as one of the well-run countries in the world. In fact, their central bank is the only fully digitalized central bank in the world. No paper. And these are all run by women. So, no wonder the African Union itself have designated the Caribbean as the sixth region of Africa because they are like us, they are our brothers, and they are our sisters. If you come to Ghana, that I'm very familiar with because I'm a Ghanaian, we, for the first time in the history of the country, we have a female vice president. And she's performing so well. In the past, those high offices would have been characterized by scandals and so on. As it is now, we've never had any scandal. It's beautiful so far, and we're very proud of the leadership. And so, we as African Union will continue to support this initiative because this initiative speaks to the core of the continent, the core of our being, which is a woman-led initiative, a woman-led continent, and woman-led organization. Our hope is that ECOSOC will continue to support all of these efforts, but also to integrate it as a way of giving the women the needed voice, not only at our General Assembly level, but also at the main level of the head of state and at the summit. The idea is that it will not be enough to just provide voice for only speeches, but also provide pragmatic steps to ensure that specific actions are implemented to really, truly take off the barriers. Take it this way. There are specific barriers that are not really being said and that are not identified. But what we need is to figure them out and identify and deal with them. You've got a council full of women. It is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You're calling for council meeting. A woman in the room needs to go and pick the child from the school. But because you are a man, you are the chairman, it never occurred to you that there's a mother who needs to go and pick a child. So you are putting the meeting as one. These are barriers that may never be known, but these are realities. In dealing with these issues, you need to be very intentional in isolating the different challenges our women face. That is the only way we can properly be seen tackling the issues that affect our women. So on these few notes, I would like to assure the organizers that AU ECOSOC is fully on board. I will give a full briefing to the Secretariat, but also the cluster chair for women and gender who is not here today, so that the battle of ensuring that we achieve total parity in all forms of gender is achieved by 2063. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for him. Thank you so much. It is very rare indeed for a gentleman to understand the core barriers that women are facing. And so on that account, I want to request a special round of applause for his in-depth knowledge about the barriers. I heard him also say some very important things that struck my heart. He says we are doing harm if women are not properly integrated. We have to have special purpose vehicles that take the woman to the promised land. We want to take off all barriers to trade. We want to ensure that women have all access. What worthy partner AWC has. A big round of applause again for AU ECOSOC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our co-host, Dr. Hannah Louisa Biswe-Kote, for her own remarks. A big round of applause. I saw her when she was arriving, and the first thing was a beam of smile because I just loved her from my heart. Thank you very much. Keep clapping for her until she gets here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. I want to stand on our existing protocols, and I'll ask to make a few mentions. Anyway, before I go on, I'm Dr. Hannah Louisa Biswe-Kote, and since 2018, I'm the National Women's Organizer of the National Democratic Congress, the current ruling party. As a matter of fact, since 1992, I'm the first woman to have actually gone to terms. I want to specially make mention of the woman who has been put in charge of all women, all the vulnerable people in Ghana, and what have you? Our minister, she's also an MP, she's also a sister, and I know they call her Dr. Agnes, but we know her as Na Momo. That is her affectionate name. Minister, acknowledge you, and I want to also acknowledge if there's any member of parliament here, and our former member of parliament, sweetheart, we acknowledge you, Auntie, and my own sister also, the former women's leader of APC, Dog, you are acknowledged, and he for she, acknowledge you. So I say distinguished guests, ambassadors here present, esteemed partners, accomplished women leaders, and all champions of African development. Good afternoon. I will not be able to deliver what I have without asking for your kind permission for us to stand and give a minute silence to a woman who was a mother to me, a mother to Ghana, a woman who forms part of my formation, a woman who has not had anyone mobilize and empower women in Ghana and across Africa, a woman whose voice went very far, a woman who championed the voice of women in Ghana, a woman who held some of us our hands when we were kids, sent us to Cuba, encouraged us to be who we are today. That woman has gone to be with the Lord. That is Her Excellency, my own mother, the mother of Ghana, mother of women, the woman who gave voice to women, Mrs. Kunedu Ajiman Rollins. Let's give her a minute silence, please. Thank you very much. It is a profound honor I convey my sister, Dr. Jumai. Her name, I know where I'll get it from. I actually met her at, it was not a conventional area, but I found this power and energy in a woman who champions the cause of women. And I felt, to me, it was a humbling privilege and honor to be associated with what she does. My sister, you are warmly welcome. And congratulations. Thank you so much. It is a profound honor to welcome you to Accra, the capital of Ghana, for the 9th edition of the African Women Conference. I'm deeply inspired by the spirit of commitment and sisterhood that brings us together once again to advance the cause of African women. For nearly a decade, the AWC has stood as a beacon of empowerment, a platform where ideas are shaped, solutions refined, and partnerships forged. This conference is more than an annual gathering. It is a movement dedicated to equipping African women with the knowledge, skills, and opportunities needed to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to the sustainable development of our dear continent. As we gather today, the AWC 2025 theme, Legacy Meets Innovation, Women Forging New Pathways for African Sustainable Development, calls us to reflect deeply on the foundation laid by generations of courageous African women, as the one I just mentioned, who has gone to be with the Lord, Her Excellency Mrs. Knedu Achman Rawlings, while embracing the new tools and technologies that shape our current and future realities. Across the continent, women are merging traditional wisdom with modern creativity, whether in agribusiness, digital entrepreneurship, governance, mining, and ask of mining. I will tell you a lot about that. Climate resilience or peace building. The theme for this year's conference is not merely aspirational. It is a roadmap reminding us that progress happens when the strength of our past meets the promise of our future. As we envision this future, we must also confront the realities shaping the lives of women and the girls across Africa. Current statistics reveal both significant progress and critical gaps. According to a policy brief by the International Trade Union Confederation, ITUC, African women constitute over 50% of Africa's population. Yet, only 24% of parliamentary seats and 24% of managerial positions are occupied by women in the Africa Futures Gender Report by ISS and iTrain Africa article, respectively. That is why when I saw the campaign that is being made in Nigeria to reserve a seat for women in parliament, I fully endorsed it because it's part of what I also envisage for the Ghanaian woman. I have been a member of parliament before. I've been deputy minister 8 years, member of parliament 4 years. I know what it takes for us to go to parliament. And I'm happy that I'm out of parliament now so that I can champion the cause for no one to tell me that, oh, because you want to be there. And happily also, I'm not from a stronghold of a political party. I push, and I'm still pushing, that where we have our strongholds, all political parties, some sort of seat should be reserved for women to contest. So if you have 40 women contesting, definitely a woman will come out. But look at a woman who will be performing, and you find 10 men ganging up, contesting her in the primaries and taking her out. That is something that I fully endorse, the reservation of a seat for women. So to AU, he for she, we love you, but I'm going to push and champion for the review of your 2063 for total equality is too far. I still take it as some of the speeches, the tokenism, the documents, to let women feel that something is being done. We are more than the men in Africa. It's the women who make men take positions. If not at all, you spoke about the mother going to take the child from a daycare. That child may be a male, a boy, a male who will grow up to be a man. But that man was nurtured by a woman. That man was in a woman's womb for 9 months. That man was carried at the back of a woman. And so the 2063 to us is like a death sentence. So we champion it so that AU, you will change and you review and bring it down to the 30s, we'll be very grateful. In education, although enrollment of girls in primary school has improved, and Agenda Minister, thank you. I know how much you are pushing for us. 1 in every 5 girls in sub-Saharan Africa still does not complete secondary school due to poverty, early marriage, and limited access to technology. Recently, we had even issues with sanitary pads, and because of that, some of our students, girls, could not go to school at certain times of the month. And because of that, our girls were lagging behind. And ask me who travels to the length and breadth of this nation, and I'll tell you the girl who dries, they call cow dung, but let me put it this way, the feces of cow, dry it, we use a cloth to cover it and use it as sanitary pad. Then I will show you how many girls out there that could have been also presidents and prime ministers and CEOs, why not? But for lack of education. We thank His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for the free sanitary pad that he has started and providing to our schools to make it possible for our girl child to also attend school. So yet, the African women drive nearly 70% of informal trade, according to the Global Initiative report, demonstrating their immense economic influence and power. These statistics remind us that when women and girls are empowered with education, resources, and opportunities, the entire continent rises. It is no wonder that from the beginning of creation, God established a divine order for leadership and purpose. When God created man and entrusted him with a destiny to fulfill, He, God Almighty, in His infinite wisdom, fashioned a companion, a woman, to support, to strengthen, and to aid the fulfillment of that purpose. The role of the woman has therefore never been secondary. It has always been essential. The presence and role of the woman completes the mission, advances the vision, and brings balance to leadership. It is in this same wisdom that in our time, we see remarkable examples unfolding across Africa. Here in Ghana, our president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, amidst opposition from some men and some part of the society, has demonstrated profound leadership by choosing a woman, our esteemed professor, Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, as the first female vice president of Ghana. And when you say that, a president, because anytime the president travels, she acts as a president. This is not just symbolic. It is a clear testament to the competence, power, and indispensable role of women in nation building. I therefore take this opportunity to call upon all aspiring presidents across Africa to emulate the example of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, by recognizing the rightful place of women in governance and choosing women as their running mates. Women who will support, strengthen, and elevate the mandate given to their nations by God and by their people. Here in Ghana, we strongly believe in the power of women as nation builders, innovators, negotiators, community anchors, and catalysts of change. In my work as administrator of the Minerals Development Fund, I've witnessed firsthand how empowering women transforms households, strengthens communities, and enhances economic resilience. In my role as a national women's organizer of the National Democratic Congress, that's NDC, the ruling party, I see daily how women's leadership, when supported and amplified, brings clarity, compassion, and boldness to our national development. This year's conference, therefore, invites us to think boldly, collaborate intentionally, and design actionable solutions that respond to the realities African women face. We gather not only to speak, but to strategize, innovate, and chart a future where the contributions of women are recognized, valued, and institutionalized. As we begin this conference, I encourage every participant to engage fully. Share your experiences. As our convener said, when they say give, it's not just money. Your experience, what you know, what you can contribute. Let's build a network, women. Let's challenge our data systems, and above all, live here with a renewed commitment to drive the change we all seek. On behalf of the organizing partners, on behalf of our president, on behalf of our First Lady, on behalf of our Vice President, on behalf of the women of Ghana, especially the women that I lead, and on behalf of our women in Parliament, on behalf of our own sister who is in charge of women, and of course our convener, Dr. Jumia, I welcome you once again to Accra, Ghana, to this unique conference that promises inspiration, impact, and transformation. May the 9th African Women Conference be our most productive and empowering yet. May God bless Africa. May God bless the women of Africa. May God bless our presidents. May God bless us all. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
She deserves a better round of applause. Power woman, Amazon, veterinary doctor who is doctoring the gender space. She's moved from veterinary medicine to political medicine. Men, watch out and listen, because she has the right prescription to women placements 3 times a day for all year round. That's the prescription going ahead. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisui-Kote, a doctor of veterinary medicine and a politician extraordinaire. You know, men think they teach us politics. We play better politics. You guys don't just understand how it works. Please, thank you so very much. I hope you're telling her that you're moving from 2063 to 2035, because she has told us that 2063 is like a death sentence. It's way too far. And there is a proverb in Nigeria. Ghanaians understand a bit of pidgin English. It says, when water too take for mouth, it turns saliva. It doesn't have to take 2063 to break down the barriers. I'm not sure many of us in this room will be alive by 2063. We want it in our time. Move the goalposts forward, because that is the only way that you would show us that you understand when that thing happens during school run time. And we have to move for school run. Yes, you understand it. But when you move the time closer, it makes it quite integrative, because absence makes the heart grow longing, and we don't want this water to turn to saliva. A round of applause for my woman leader. Madam, thank you. I'm going to tell you what I saw in you. You have told us that this is a platform for mixing traditional wisdom with modern creativity. I saw your grandmother in you. You learned well at her feet. You've also told us that this convergence is where the strength of our past meets the promise of our future. Little Miss Kogi there is the future. Ambassador Ramatu is our evolving ancestral past present. She's not the past though, she's evolving. And you are the present. So see the transmission of leadership fluid from this generation to this generation to that generation. We don't have to wait till 2063. I need to see it happen faster. You've also told us that your president has shown strength of purpose. menstrual period is not no school season. Our First Lady has done it too. She's championing flow with confidence, bringing sanitary towels to girls in schools in Nigeria to ensure that girls stay in school and they flow with confidence. So we're not just working in synergy. And of course, you've told us that innovations, such as the ideas shared here between the Ghana Women in Uniform, the Parliament in Nigeria, the Reserve Seats Coalition, the United States, Zambia, South Africa, that when it comes together, it becomes the catalyst for change. Say, I am the catalyst for change. Thank you very much. Permit me, before we move to the next item, to recognize the presence of Osasu Igbenedion Oguche, the one who is driving the coalition for the Reserve Seats Bill in Nigeria. You will be hearing from her later. Thank you so much, Osasu, for coming. Now you hear what she says. She says she's standing with you. So exchange numbers. So when we're going, you call her to join us. And for now, permit me invite the man who has opened the doors. But not before I recognize the presence of the Special Advisor, Young Africa Women's Congress, YAWC Network, representing the founder and chairman of that organization, Mr. Daniel Osei Tufor. We have Judith Kafui Darke Nanor. Somebody say Nigeria. Somebody say Nigeria, no, they carry last. We don't. And that's why our High Commission in Ghana has sent, did not just wait. They didn't wait. He said, who shall go? He said, send a man. Because when men are strong allies, women have a better chance at being on the table where decisions are taken. And I know that the men here are determined to create seats for women. Because if we don't create, we will bring a table, we will bring chairs, and we will sit on the table. Join me, welcome His Excellency Ambassador Adeoye to please step forward from the Nigeria High Commission in Ghana. Please, shall we clap for him? When a man comes and he brings his Yoruba cap to Ghana, you know that he didn't leave it behind in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him. That handshake says we are moving it to 2035. It can't be 2063. We refuse it. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Welcome.
When my brother from ECOSOC, when I was talking about Barbados, I was telling the minister sitting beside me that he forgot to mention that the ambassador to Ghana, she's also a woman. The Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection in Ghana, Honorable Agnes Nalati, am I correct? Our former Minister of State for FCT in Nigeria, Her Excellency Dr. Ramatu Tijani Aliyu, we welcome you. Honorable Fatima Talba, who is a member of House of Rep in Nigeria, I welcome you, and every other House of Representative members from Nigeria that are here. The convener of today's conference of Africa Women Conference, Dr. Jumai Amadu, and also the co-host, Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisikote. Ladies and gentlemen, and I want to specifically recognize the he for she that are here. Please, can you put your hands together for them? gentlemen of the press, good morning. On behalf of the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I bring warm greetings and goodwill to the government and people of the Republic of Ghana, as well as to all distinguished participants gathered here for this important 9th edition of the Africa Women Conference. Let me begin by commending the vision, consistency, and leadership of the convener, Dr. Mrs. Jumai Amadu, and our team at the Helpline Social Support Initiative for sustaining this transcontinental platform that continues to amplify women's voices, strengthen policy advocacy, and promote collaboration across Africa. I also salute our Ghanaian hosts and co-organizers for their gracious hospitality and partnership. I always tell every Nigerian coming here that Ghana is excellent when it comes to hospitality, so I'm not surprised. The Africa Women Conference has, over the years, evolved into one of the continent's leading platforms for dialogue and action on women empowerment, leadership, and sustainable development. From its previous editions in Nigeria, Morocco, Dubai, Kenya, and Zambia, to this year's gathering in Accra, AWC has remained a bridge that connects policy, practice, and purpose. The theme of this year's conference, Legacy Meets Innovation, is both profound and symbolic. It calls on us to celebrate the legacy of African women who have paved the way through courage and resilience, while also challenging us to embrace innovation as the new driver of progress. The balance between preserving values and embracing change is at the heart of Africa's transformation story. For Nigeria, empowering women has remained a key pillar of our national and foreign policy objectives. The government continues to strengthen initiatives that promote women's participation in governance, entrepreneurship, digital innovation, and peace building. Through our ministries, agencies, and development partners, we are advancing gender equality as pathway to inclusive growth, because when women thrive, nation prospers. As we are aware, in Nigeria, there is a bill at the parliament now to specifically reserve seats for our women folk. I think Nigeria deserves an applause for this. And the political leaders in Nigeria, I can assure you that they are supporting the bill. This gathering is therefore more than a conference. It is a reaffirmation that Africa's future will be shaped by partnership across borders, across sectors, and across generations. It is a reminder that women are central to that future as innovators, peacemakers, and builders of communities. I therefore use this opportunity to urge participants to take advantage of this platform to network, share ideas, and explore concrete collaborations that will impact lives beyond these walls. May the resolution and outcomes from this conference inspire real actions in policy, investment, and leadership. Once again, I extend the compliments of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the organizers, partners, and in particular the government of Ghana for hosting this event. Be assured of our continued support for all efforts aimed at promoting unity, equality, and development across the continent. Thank you for your kind attention. Before I go back to my seat, I don't know if we could take a census here. How many women do we have in this hall? And how many he or she do we have in this hall? So if we are to take a vote in this hall, you see a man or a woman that is going to win. Thank you for that answer. And if we look at the population in the world, either in Ghana, either in Nigeria, anywhere, women are more than the men. So I leave this question with you. We need to answer these questions. Why are they not adequately represented in positions of authority? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Food for thought. Census, women, 70% driving trade on the continent of Africa. Why are women not rich? Why? Women, we have to find a way to nexus this. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency, the Acting High Commissioner of Nigeria to Ghana. We are going to go on speed lane. But remember, legacy to innovation, the past, meeting the present and transmitting to the future. And because the future is a child, the future is bright, the future is colorful, the future is intentional, the future must be nurtured. Please join me welcome our queen, our little queen, all the way from Kogi State, North Central Nigeria, our little Miss Kogi, Queen Aishat Salau Audu. Please treat her with delicate care. You're not clapping well for my queen. She has some words for you, mommy, daddies, and adults.
Good day, distinguished women of Africa, respected leaders, fellow children. I'm Queen Aisha Salau Audu, Little Miss Kogi, who doubles as the founder of Queen Aisha Fatia Audu Initiative. I bring greetings from our beloved country, Nigeria. I am honored and excited to stand here today to speak on behalf of African children. Today is a special day. We are celebrating the strength of African women who carried love in their hearts, wisdom in their mind, and courage in their actions. The theme of this conference, Legacy Meets Innovation, it teaches us important lessons. The legacy that African women and leaders have built over time. The women and leaders of Africa have sacrificed, prayed, worked, and led with strength. As children, we are grateful. We will stand on the foundation that you have laid. Our mothers have made significant impact in the development of Africa through science, technology, and innovation. Today's world is changing very fast. Children need education, digital skills, and opportunity to discover their talents. When a girl is educated, she becomes powerful. When a child is guided, the whole community becomes stronger. We, the children of Africa, are watching you. We see how you work hard. We see your courage and leadership qualities, and we are proud of you. Please continue to open new doors for women and girls. Teach us, guide us, protect us. When you build the right path, we will work on it and make it even better. I speak today for every African child who dreams of a continent where every child acquires formal and quality education, where no child dies of preventable disease and no child goes to bed hungry. We dream of homes filled with love and empathy. We dream of safety, protection, and a future where we can become responsible leaders. Great women and leaders of Africa, we are ready to learn. We are ready to grow. We are ready to build this continent with you. We only need a chance. Safe school, good teachers, and opportunities to express our talents. With legacy and innovation working together, Africa will rise through unity, knowledge, and love. I thank everyone here today for their sacrifices. My appreciation goes to the organizer of this great conference for giving children like me a voice. I thank my beloved country, Nigeria, for supporting me. And my special appreciation goes to God, Almighty God, for giving me the strength to speak today. I promise to learn. I promise to work hard. I promise to follow your footsteps. Long live our mothers. Long live the African children. And long live the African continent. Thanks and God bless you all.
I think you should go back and thank your mother. Thank you to my mother.
Thank you to my mother. Thank you to my father.
To think she got all of that offhand, please, she deserves a round of applause. I promise to learn. I promise to guide. I promise to pass my exams. I promise to earn a first class. I promise to have skills that will make money. I promise to be nurtured. I promise to learn at the feet that know people who know better than me. I promise to be mentored. I promise to grow. I refuse to die. I will push forward. I'll be a voice on the continent of our little Miss Kogi. Well, if when I was that age, I had someone to lead me, I should be at the UN by now. But it's never late. Because whether you like it or not, all of you here, I have conscripted myself into your families. You promised to lead me, to promote me, to hold my hands. And so without much ado, we'll go into a session of goodwill messages. I know we've lost time, but time in the next 2 minutes each, we shall take a few goodwill messages. And leading the pack of goodwill messages, please join me welcome Honorable Catherine Afeku. You're not clapping well. That is my new sister. That is my new sister. She looks like me, yeah. You know, melanin skin, very intelligent, very bold. I mean, that's how we do it. The next 2 minutes are yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam MC. I do need to follow the protocol, but as the tradition demands, my very own, the sister we all know as now Momolate, the lady who leads the pack for all women in Ghana, Madam Gender Minister, most grateful. The convener of this beautiful gathering of all powerful women, Dr. Jumai, I am grateful that you brought me along. And my firebrand sister, my colleague from Parliament in the past, Dr. Hannah Bisu, grateful for your inspiring message. And the ambassador, of course, our big brother, and he for she, ECOSOC, we listened to you. All protocol observed. I've been given 2 minutes. I'll make sure I stay within, and I may still just one. I wrote a short goodwill message. For those of you who came late, my name is Honorable Catherine Afeku, a former member of Parliament. I struggled to stay there for 8 years. a former Minister of State in charge of tourism, arts, and culture, and currently a brand ambassador for tourism for Africa. I am very grateful. It is with great pleasure that I come here today to share these few words with my sisters who have come from abroad, from Nigeria, from across Africa to gather here today. And our theme for this conference is Legacy Meets Innovation. Permit me to stay within the creative arts sector since it's my area of passion. I will share a few words on women in the creative sector and how our innovative spirit can propel economic independence for women across board and across the continent. The creative sector is definitely a pathway for Africa's sustainable development once harnessed properly and strategically. The statistics supporting this enormous potential of the creatives is staggering. According to the IFC, International Finance Corporation, the creative economy is $2 trillion US dollars. Not B, not M, T. $2 trillion US dollars in size globally. It provides significant revenue for small businesses and employment opportunities, especially for women. Recently, as recent as September in Algiers, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, our brother Dr. Menewam Kele, also reiterated the same potential of the creative sector, that in Africa, it generates 50 billion US dollars. And again, he emphasized the role women play and can play in this sector for our financial independence. So, my clarion call, and the clarion call for those of us gathered here in the creatives, is to network, is to forge pathways, is to connect at that level, to tap into the opportunity through strategic partnerships. Areas such as film, arts, museums, food, tourism infrastructure, fashion, and music, among others. Now, my question to us gathered here is, what stops us from telling our own story? What hinders us setting up an ECOWAS film village, women-led? Nothing. Nothing. Just the willpower. And I'm hoping at the end of this deliberation, we will have one or two or more women resolving to create an ECOWAS film village, women-led. The power of innovation through the creative sector is amazing. The direct and indirect jobs that one of such collaborations can create is definitely to lift women out of poverty and to restore dignity. Please, I'm urging, because I know the co-MC is a veteran from Nollywood, so this is actually a call to you. And I heard we have one, thank you, Akwaba. We have one here, Steph. So please, this is actually a direct call to you. We can do it. If the men have done it, so can we. And maybe through today's conference, through this gathering, we will project the creative power, the economy that we can start through arts and film. And there are a lot of stories we can tell. Our stories, our positive stories. You see the media always churning out negativity. Let's use the power, the tool of womanhood to tell our story. And on this note, I'd like to quickly acknowledge the good work that my sister is doing at MIF, the Firebrand. We don't tend to celebrate women ourselves. Let's pause and acknowledge when we are doing well. Because men do it for themselves. They have the men's club. But so, Hannah, congratulations, and keep it up and carry more women along in the mining sector. But for me, it's for the creatives. AWC, push and have a committee on the creatives. If you can have it for digital, you can have it for creatives as well. So on this note, I welcome you all to Ghana. Enjoy the warmth and hospitality of Accra, Akwaba.
Akwaba. Thank you. Before the next goodwill message, permit me recognize here especially Esther Tawasimi, SA to the Honorable Chairman, all the way from Nigeria. Esther, where are you? Please wave. Permit me to also recognize Dr. Asmao Adamu. Dr. Asmao, I call her Professor Wanili. Permit me recognize Teresa Ame. Teresa? Thank you. Permit me to recognize one woman who is building houses for widows. She has started the pilot in Kaduna State using Adashe, Dr. Uma Sani, a real estate developer. Permit me to recognize the presence of Dr. husband of my big brother, Mrs. Atang. And the boss, there you are, Mrs. Yuka Atang. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much. And the next goodwill message is coming from Mr. Daniel Osei Tufor, here represented by Judith Kafoy Darkina Nor. You have 2 minutes, please. A round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on existing protocols, saying a special good afternoon to the chairperson of the conference, to my honorable ministers and heads of institutions, and to all my sisters who are gathered here from across the continent and the diaspora. It is with profound humility, respect, and deep sense of Pan-African solidarity that I extend warm greetings from the Young African Women's Congress Network, a sister network just like the African Women's Conference. We are truly honored to stand with you in this year's conference, which is a convening that carries not only the hopes of today, but the cherished inheritance of generations of African women whose resilience, courage, and sacrifices cleared the paths that we walk today. This year's theme, while reflecting the true essence of the African woman's journey, is timely and deeply resonant. We gather here not merely to speak of development, but to remind ourselves of the spirit of our foremothers, whose courage, strength, and determination shaped our identity as a people. Their legacies achieved through struggle, dignity, and unwavering faith in Africa's promise continue to inspire our collective pursuit of progress. Yet, the African that we envision requires more than inherited strength. It demands bold innovation, the creativity and leadership of the women who stand ready to redefine what is possible today, new models of leadership, new solutions for our social, economic, and psychological realities. It calls on the African woman to stretch her imagination beyond the limits that are imposed by history, to disrupt systems that no longer serve our purpose, and to redesign with confidence and clarity an inclusive continent capable of providing every woman and girl child the opportunity to thrive. This is the calling of our generation. At the York Network, we recognize that Africa's transformation rests on the leadership and empowerment of its women. And so we remain committed to creating a platform like this where women come together to dialogue, provide mentorship, digital innovation, and developmental programs. And we have seen women transform over the period. We have seen how communities have transformed as a result of our programs. To truly forge new pathways, we must work together in unity and solidarity. Pan-Africanism teaches us that our destinies are intertwined, whether in Accra, Abuja, Kigali, Nairobi, Addis Ababa, Johannesburg, or anywhere in the world. Our challenges as African women, they bear common threads, and so are our victories. When one woman rises, she lifts her sisters with her. This conference stands as a testament to our collective determination to co-create a future where Africa's development reflects our values, our aspirations, and our unmatched capacity to innovate. Today, we celebrate the African Women's Conference for creating this platform and for sustaining it, a platform that strengthens our continental voice and ignites a renewed commitment to empowering the African woman. On behalf of the York Network, I extend our deepest goodwill to this year's Africans Conference. May your discussions be fruitful, your collaborations enduring, and your outcomes transformative for Africa's sustainable development agenda, and especially for the African woman. I thank you very much for this opportunity, and may the spirit of the African woman, which is resilient, visionary, and unbreakable, continue to guide us throughout this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Permit me recognize all the way from the United States of America, Dr. Jacqueline Mohair. Dr. Jackie, thanks for arriving right on time. And you're looking more Ghanaian than, American. It's all good. The next goodwill message is coming from a sisterhood in Nigeria, forging alliances and building new partnerships, always supporting, coming from the founder of She Forum Africa, Miss Inimfon Etok. Please, shall we clap for this sisterhood?
Present and past ministers, present and past parliamentary members, top government officials here present, politicians here present, the convener of this great event and her co-convener, distinguished guests, esteemed fellow women leaders, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Asiya Sani Suleiman, the Director, Corporate Engagement and Partnership, She Forum Africa. It is an honor to bring greetings from She Forum Africa to this esteemed gathering from across the continent and diaspora. We are delighted to participate in the 9th edition of African Women Conference, themed Legacy Meets Innovation. Women Forgoing New Pathways for Africa's Sustainable Development. This year's conference is a testament to the power of collective action and unwavering commitment to advancement and leadership. The theme resonates deeply with our organization's mission to harness potential of women and girls to drive sustainable development and economic growth in Africa. As we gather here today, we recognize the significant progress made towards promoting gender equality and women empowerment. However, we also acknowledge the challenges that persist, and the need for continued collaboration and innovation to address them. At She Forum Africa, we believe that investing in women is investing in Africa. In Africa's future, we are committed to promoting women leadership, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and to creating opportunities for women to participate in decision-making processes. This conference provides a unique platform for us to share experiences, expertise, and best practices, and to forgo new partnerships that can drive sustainable development. We look forward to engaging with policymakers, business leaders, and civil society organizations to identify solutions that can be scaled up to benefit women and girls across Africa. Let us use this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to women's empowerment and leadership. Let us work together to create a future where women and girls can thrive and where Africa can realize its full potential. Thank you very much, and may this conference be a resounding success.
Founder of She Forum Africa, that represented. Thank you. I said we're on speed lane and my boss is on my tail. The next voice that is going to come on here is a sister skipper and a supporter. She is the president of the Council of African Political Parties, the chairman of AWCS Ghana 2025. She was there at the formation in New York, a former Minister of State of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Nigeria, Her Excellency Dr. Ramatu Tijani Aliyu, PhD. A round of applause to the founder of ATL Foundation, one who is widely recognized for her commitment to interfaith harmony and grassroots peace building. As an elegance of empathy, sympathy, one who is committed to women and youth development. Please clap louder.
Am I correct? Good afternoon, all. Let me start in as much as I would like to adopt the already established protocol, but not without appreciating the host here, our Honorable Minister of Gender, and the popularly called Na Mo Mo. Okay. Appreciating also the convener. I would like to personally appreciate the leaders of the two nations. We have the host nation and the mother nation of AWCS. And this appreciation goes not to any other person or persons, but to our very erudite president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the indefatigable Ghanaian president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I am delighted to be back in Ghana. Ghana, known for her hospitality. Each time coming to Ghana, to most of us, particularly from Nigeria, feels coming home. Am I correct? A nation that stands tall in African liberation history and the cradle of Pan-Africanism. I pay glowing tribute to her founding fathers, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Edward Akufo-Addo, William Ofori, Atta, and others, whose vision extended beyond national independence to the total emancipation of Africa. As Nkrumah declared, as long as any part of Africa remains unfree, the whole of Africa remains unfree or is not free. Our theme, the legacy meets innovation, women forging pathways for African sustainable development, captures the shift from the traditional development models to a future driven by information and communication technology, ICT, artificial intelligence, AI, and innovation. These fields were fields African women are already excelling in. African women are trailblazing in information technology and innovation. But let's take a look at the challenge of the moment. It is trite that women all over the world continue to confront challenges ranging from violence to criminalization. Challenges that undermine their dignity, potentials, and security. A few days ago, my sisters and leaders, just a few days ago, the world watched in shock as President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, a few days ago, was just powerfully exercising her duty in the public space. As she greeted citizens of Mexico City, a man approached her, grabbed her, and attempted to kiss her neck. You will say it again. And her questions remain lingering. She says, if this can happen to a sitting president, what will happen to all the young women in our country? Although she has pressed charges and renewed calls for criminalization of sexual harassment across Mexican states, the deeper problem persists. You ask, what's the problem? The sexualization of women and the perception of women as objects of male gratification. That remains the problem. If such indignity can be inflicted on a sitting president, what then happens to the ordinary woman across the developing world? My big question, your big question, calling for answers incessantly. We gather here today to reflect, to take stock, and to celebrate the strides made in positioning women as indispensable drivers of national and international development. Despite the persistent odds of cultural stereotypes, political exclusion, and social barriers. Too often, a woman's body or appearance is valued above her personhood, above her intelligence, above her individuality. Does that make sense to you? Why must I be valued or addressed as beautiful or valued because of my beauty or my dressing? We take exception to this. We must be valued for our intellectual capacity. Women pioneering innovation across Africa. Across the continent, women are boldly leading in technology and enterprise. We must blow our trumpets, for if we do not, nobody will. We have agreed to always blow our trumpets. We have the likes of Funke Okpeke from Nigeria, founder of Main One West African leading tech infrastructure company. We have great women like Michelle Ade from Ghana, co-founder of Jetstream Africa. We have Dr. Omobola Johnson, First Minister of Communication Technology, co-founder Wimbase from Nigeria. We have Regina Honu, Ghana, founder of Soronko Academy, right here in Ghana. We have Gian Abbas from Kenya, also founder of Lamin Insurance Technology. Women are so many out there trailblazing in technology, ICT, and the AI world. Can we please give ourselves the thunderous round of applause? Well, let's look at how we align quickly with the African Union's vision. The African Union recognizes gender equality as central to development. The Constitutive Act 2000, Maputo Protocol 2003, and the Solemn Declaration of Gender Equality 2004 affirms women's rights. Agenda 2063 envisions a people-driven Africa relying on potentials of women and youths. How about that? I want us to just take 1 minute to imagine a world driven by women and youths. What a world. It will be a considerate world, an empathetic world, a leading world. Please give yourselves another round of applause. Well, we will look at the milestones in women's contribution to sustainable development. Despite these commitments, implementation remains weak. Across Africa today, women have only what they fought for and earned. The era when physical strength determined power is long gone. And I will take you to the world of sports. In sports also, Nigerian women continue to excel. The Super Eagles, the Super Falcons, and the Tea Tigers have repeatedly surpassed their male counterparts, the Super Eagles and more, across Africa. Are you laughing? No, the he for she is only applauding you. Now let us take it across Africa. Women have rebuilt nations. From Rwanda's post-genocide renewal to historic resistance of Aba women in 1929. What did we find there? The strength of a woman. It is not by wrestling. Am I correct? We have the numerical strength. If we put our voices as one across the world, we will take germane positions. Not in fighting, but in development, but in partnership, but in inclusivity, but in leadership. Well, what is to be done? As we reflect here in Ghana today, we must ask questions. What more can we do to invest in women? Many reached where they are today by fire, by force. How do we convert the numerical strength to usage? How do we convert it to the actualization of our dreams? How do we convert it to propelling the gender? How do we convert it to strength, not in number, but in vision, in mission, in leadership, and in the whole world? We stand as catalysts of development. But well, let us look at this again. We must mentor the process of conversion. We must sponsor each other and the younger ones. We must encourage. We must support and guide. Greatness must be nurtured incessantly. When you stop, it crashes. So I tell you today, the decision to arise together is a no retreat, no surrender issue. Let us strengthen partnership with the Helpline Foundation, Abuja. But before then, let me tell you a little story. Why wouldn't we start by telling our stories? We all slept in the same hotels. Am I correct? Converging in Ghana. Have you told me your story? Have you told your sister your story? Perhaps it might encourage her. Please share your beautiful stories. Do not be ashamed of the scars, for scars are the strength to propel you to success. If you hear the inspiring stories, you will know that they are sparks of the moment. J.F. Kennedy inspiring Bill Clinton. And we have Azikiwe guiding Nkrumah. We have Helmut Kohl supporting Angela Michaela. Who have you supported? Please share your story. It will inspire somebody. Let us strengthen partnership, I told you once again, with Helpline Foundation for. Helpline Foundation is doing wonders. From Rwanda to Ghana, to Nigeria, to Liberia, and across Africa. You'll find Helpline Foundation there. Doing what? Networking. Doing what? Supporting growth. Doing what? Encouraging sisters. Please, let's have a thunderous applause to the Helpline Foundation for this beautiful job being done. Now, we will secondly support Africa, ACO's Africa Initiative New York. Don't forget to support the RTA Foundation. Let us align with the SDGs 4, SDG 5, and SDG 8 for their lead to development. Let us teach financial literacy and create safe spaces where our girls can dream boldly, where our girls can actualize their vision. Today, Nigerian women stand at a crossroad of getting support from their male counterparts and leadership of the nation, or getting abandoned, and once again, their hopes dashed. We say that no more. As all Nigerian women unite to speak of our indefatigable First Lady as a supporter of women and gender, seeking to support and seeking her support as the First Lady of the Federation of Nigeria and her great friendly, gender-friendly president, our indefatigable president, the president like none other of indomitable spirit, to please lend a voice and support the bill. Let me tell you, if you think it's just a bill and it goes, no, it is a bill. We crave this consideration, understanding from all the female legislators and governors to enable women increase numbers and qualities of representation at the legislative parliaments. You know what? It is the bill that seeks to increase a slot. That means that per state of the 37 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. It is a bill that speaks about increasing at least a slot per state. Do you know what that means? That we encourage Nigerian females to delve into the political space with confidence, where they know they will make it to the parliament. We know power is not served a la carte, and we are not begging for power to be served a la carte. We are begging for power to be served with justice, for the equality we seek. We must remember, a nation engendered is a nation engendered is a nation what? Endangered. Nigerians must be able to stand tall, and I want to tell you, I make bold to say it today, that wherever in the world, across Africa, if women do not form the critical mass in the parliamentary or in the legislative chambers, or even amongst the executives where decision-making, taking, and implementation takes place, I want to tell you we are not yet there because the voices are minimal. Are we ready to struggle to be there? How many of you want to contest wherever you are? Not appointive, I want you to contest. My woman of gender, I want to hear you in the Senate the next time. And I want to give my heart for Honorable Fatima Talba here in the House. The struggle did not start today. We stand at the intersection of legacy and innovation. Let this gathering in Ghana be remembered as the turning point where African women chose not only to break barriers but to build bridges. The future is ours, and Africa's destiny remains incomplete until her women rise fully. As co-creators of sustainable and prosperous continent. Are we ready? But for want of time, I would have said I will share with you a story. A story I tag the story of confidence, the story of commitment, the story of decision, the bold story of faith, and the bold story of leadership and ambition. Standing before you each time, like I told you in New York at the beginning of this foundation. When women support women, what happens? Great things happen. Then were those days when women were told to pull each other down. The pull-her-down syndrome is buried. It's not only dead, it is what? Buried. Please push her up. Pulling her down cannot increase you. Please push her up. When I was growing as a little politician that I was, and then persistent, pushing, some would say very rude, some would say very arrogant, some would say put her in a place. But you know what? Don't get caught down. Just keep trudging, keep moving. At a point in time, one day on the platform in New York, Dr. Juma Amadu will be a witness, I was crying and speaking. Because at a point, it was as tough as do not speak to her. If you speak to her, you will not be included. Do not talk to her. If you talk to her, she will not be included. Maybe because we feel one toe or the other has been stepped. Let me tell you, in a bold move to success, in a bold move to decision-making, in a bold move that will actualize your dream, you are going to step on toes. You must step on toes, respectfully though, and do not look back. Your decision is your decision. Your vision is your vision. We might be standing from two sides of the divide. What I see is not what you are seeing. We are both correct. But what I am saying is, I insist that I am more correct. Because I'm standing what? On my space. And you cannot leave my space for me. That's my sister. We both want to go, but you cannot leave the space of another woman. The world of innovation, the world of ICT, the world of technology is growing bigger. Delve into it. Be the captain of this world. But today I stand before you as a humble one. I will not be able to share this little story, but I just told you of boldness. Please be bold. Please move. Don't look back. If at all you look back, it's to pull along somebody. Pull a sister today. Now I listen to the very beautiful story in this hall, and I want to introduce something very important, and that is the Raindrop Club. This club goes to our leaders, our he's for she's in the house, because any gathering of the gender without the he for she would have been another gathering of the women. Thank you very much for considering us and finding this gathering worthy. So when we do the Raindrop Club, please clap with one hand. One hand for the he for she's and all of us here. Now the second hand for the he for she's and all of us here. The third hand for the he for she's and all of us here. I can't hear Honorable Agnes clapping, no. The fourth hand for the he for she's and all of us. And the fifth hand for the entire gathering today. Congratulations to all of you. Welcome. Kwakwaba, Ghana 25. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please keep clapping for this delectable, amiable woman. She always has a lot inspiring things to say. Give her a big round of applause again, like the princess that she is. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time is far spent, and I'm trying very hard to take us to the end of this opening ceremony. And I will not ignorantly move ahead without craving the indulgence once again of Honorable Dr. Agnes Namomolate, Minister Gender for Children and Social Protection, to please just be patient with us. I have just one more person to bring up, and because it will be a disservice for us not to hear from Hajia Iman Suleiman, Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is ably represented here by Professor Hawa Mainoma. Please give her a round of applause as she comes on. Continue to give this lady a round of applause until she gets here. Thank you. And I've had a private conversation with her. I know she will be very jiffy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. At least I will stand on the platform of our minister for at least some minutes. Please, can you celebrate me now? My greetings goes to the politicians, former leaders, the conveners, and also the minister and the president. I will start on the existing protocol because of the time. The speech is very long, but I'll try my best to shorten it. Greetings from the Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies, esteemed partners, and African sisters and brothers. Today we gather to not just to celebrate African women, resilience, vision, and innovation, but to stand united to pray for the safe return of our girls recently abducted from their school in Nigeria, from the Almighty intervention sweeping and return them to their families unharmed. On behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I extend warm greetings and profound appreciation to all the participants. The President commends this collective effort advancing gender equality, child protection, and inclusive development across Africa. He emphasizes that the progress of nation will be determined by the empowerment and participation of women and youth, who are the architects of sustainable future. This year marks 30 years since the Beijing platform commenced the advance of women's rights. Nigeria has consistently aligned national framework with the historic mandate. Similarly, the African Union Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality, the Maputo Protocol, and the 25-year journey of women. Peace and security continue to shape the Nigerian policy architecture, ensuring the women and children are central to the peace-building, governance, and sustainable development. The theme of this conference, Legacy Meets Innovation, Women Forging New Pathways for Africa's Sustainable Development, speaks to the dual imperative of honoring the wisdom of past generations while forging innovation solution for sustainable Africa development. It is an affirmation that women are not mere participants in the progress. They are leaders, innovators, and architects of Africa's future. Across sectors, Nigerian women continue to break the ceiling. Women head over 40% of major commercial banks. Female executives occupy 22% of top corporate leadership positions. Surpassing global average, local government leadership is increasingly female, and a 19-year-old councillor represents a rising generation of leaders. In sports, Nigerian women dominate football and basketball on the continental stage. This example reinforces the truth that cannot be overstated. When women are youth strive, nation accelerate. African women are critical to peace and security as evidence of Nigerian alignment with 25 years of women, peace and security. From women, peace and security frameworks. Women are participation in local council, conflict resolution, mechanism, and disaster response ensure inclusive and lasting solution. The combination of economic empowerment, climate smart practice, and governance engagement position women in dispensable agents for stable property and resilience. As we convene in Accra, a city steeped in history and vision, let us recognize that African women today stand at the intersection of legacy and innovation, shaping economies, leading enterprise, and transforming societies. They are the architects of resilience, the innovators of sustainable, and the guidance of inclusive development. May this conference echo across our nation as a solemn pledge that Africa will rise because her women rise, that Africa will lead because her women lead, and that Africa's future will be sustainable because her women refuse to be left behind. I thank you, and may God bless you, our nation, our women, our children, our beloved continent, Africa. Thank you very much.
A resounding round of applause for Professor Hawa Mainoma. Thank you very much, ma'am, for doing a brilliant, brilliant work at abridging that remark from the Honorable Minister, Women Affairs, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim. Please give her a round of applause again. I must invite the next person with all sense of humility, all sense of very deep respect. You have demonstrated humility, patience, and we just love you for that. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together as we welcome Honorable Dr. Agnes Namu-Mulate for her opening remarks. A resounding round of applause. I'm not going to leave here if you don't clap very well for her, because she deserves all of it. She deserves all of it. Deep respect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Distinguished Chairperson, African Women Conference, the convener, African Women Conference, the Minister for Women Affairs and Social Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Nigerian High Commissioner to Ghana, who has told me he's a strong he for she, the Principal Coordinator and Head of Secretariat, AU, ECOSOC, the Director General, Nigeria Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, the representative of UN Women Ghana, members of Parliament here present, the administrator of the Minerals Development Fund, my beautiful sister, Doc, the executive director of the Excellent Leadership Group, representatives of development partners, academia, representatives of civil society organizations, friends of the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. That is more like it. I bring you warm greetings from the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the good people of Ghana, and welcome you to this important event. I also bring you greetings from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, which has the mandate to mainstream gender and social inclusion concerns into national policies, plans, and budgets in line with the vision of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Chairperson, it is a privilege to participate and give the opening remarks on this auspicious occasion of the 2025 African Women Conference, which brings together policymakers, women leaders, investors, and entrepreneurs to evaluate and build strong partnership to break the glass ceiling and harness gains made in promoting gender equality. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme for the conference, Legacy Meets Innovation, Women Forging New Pathways for African Sustainable Development, is appropriate and indeed timely to transform the financial landscape of women-led enterprises in Africa while empowering women to participate in their national development agenda. Any effort that has to do with empowering women and appreciating their contribution to national development is of great importance to the government of Ghana. Therefore, I commend the African Union, ECOSOC, for putting this August event together. Our gathering here is this afternoon is a testament that achieving gender equality remains a shared goal and a continental priority. Ladies and gentlemen, in most African countries, women happen to be more than half of the population, and Ghana is no exception. However, women are socioeconomically often left behind in decision-making and development processes due to barriers such as illiteracy, harmful cultural practices, among others. These barriers not only These barriers can only be removed when we create a unified front for women to speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, in doing so, it demands concerted efforts of all women, especially those in leadership positions, to be the voice of the voiceless, to mentor, to create opportunities for underprivileged women. Distinguished guests, today, the digital transformation advancement provides new avenues for the empowerment of women and girls to contribute to greater gender equality. In a growing number of markets, digital platforms enable women to generate income by matching demand and supply. As such, concrete policy actions are needed to foster their full participation and inclusion in the digital economy on our continent, our dear continent, whilst at the same time addressing stereotypes and social norms that lead to discrimination against them. Distinguished invited guests, as a country, to effectively promote gender equality, rights, and women empowerment for national development, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has given the approval for his government to establish a Women's Development Bank to further empower female entrepreneurs and small business owners through the provision of low-interest loans, financial education, and sustainable support. A lot of the initiatives have been mentioned by my dear sister, the beautiful one. The free sanitary pad, it's a policy initiative. Also the free tertiary education for persons with disability. And you know this goes to benefit most women with disability because they become extra vulnerable when you are a female with disability. There are lots more of such initiatives. Chairperson, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, in fulfillment of its mandate through the Parliament of Ghana, spearheaded the passage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024, Act 1121. The Act will help to adequately address gender imbalances in the political, social, economic, and educational and cultural spheres of the Ghanaian society to ensure women's equal participation in decision-making processes. Again, the ministry has taken steps to develop the 2025 to 2034 National Gender Policy. This policy seeks to create equal opportunities for all by mainstreaming gender equality and women's empowerment concerns into the national development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as African leaders, policy and lawmakers, let us commit to creating spaces where women's leadership is nurtured and celebrated, where their voices influence policies, and where their innovations drive transformation. Let us share stories that matter. Celebrate the heroines among us. Invest in women's economic empowerment and chart the course where women are not just participants in the financing journey, but leaders of it as well. I take this opportunity to urge everyone to create an inclusive environment for all to thrive and leave footprints for the younger generations in Africa and beyond to follow. Distinguished guests, as I conclude, I wish to affirm and reaffirm the willingness of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, who doubles as the gender champion of the African Union to formulate policies and fully implement programs to achieve gender equality, particularly in Ghana and the continent as a whole. The acknowledgement of His Excellency's gender-friendly and the he for she, in fact, the champion he for she of Ghana, is so befitting, as through his commitment and visionary leadership, we have for the first time the first ever female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. This is a great achievement after over 60 years of independence, and we celebrate this. It takes a man who understands what women's leadership means to stand his grounds and say that you will partner me again. Even if we failed the first time, we will go again and we will succeed. And indeed, they have succeeded, and we have Her Excellency, the first female vice president of Ghana. This gives hope to the aspirations of women and girls in Ghana, and we don't take it for granted. Let me take the opportunity to once again wish you fruitful deliberations and memorable stay in Ghana. And then also, I thank you for your kind attention. In addition to Akwaba, we also say Obake, Obake, Obake. At this juncture, it is a great honor and privilege to stand in all of you, in fact, your state, to declare the 2025 African Women's Conference in Ghana, Accra, or Accra, Ghana, duly opened. Let the clap be thunderous. Enjoy a great experience and share your stories later on. Thank you and God bless you.
I can't believe that that's the level of clap you give to this beautiful woman. Please continue to clap for her. One thing she didn't know while she was up here is that we were ready to reciprocate patience for patience. You could have talked till evening. We'll be here listening. Thank you so much once again. Having beautifully declared the 2025 African Women Conference open, I'd like to say that, can all the beautiful ladies still sit down, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. You're still in awe of her. Thank you. So having declared the conference open, let me remind all of us that we would have a photo session that marks all the memoir for this opening ceremony for 2025. And as soon as we're done with that, we will proceed to our very late tea break, which was supposed to have come a lot earlier. We will proceed to it, and I understand that everyone sat down in the front row would have their tea break within the building in the hall, which is at the other end of the hall. And every other person, there's a tea break set on the outside. So may I have the privilege to invite all of us again to come back, especially for table, to do the group photograph. And I believe that the media team is taking control right now on how many settings we're going to have for this group photograph. Yeah. wanted to do one picture with a smaller group, and then the rest of us will come up. Okay, fantastic. So, media team, let me know when you've had a good number of photographs, okay?
We should not just see all the discussions like another panel or another round table where we all nod and say the right things. No, this is a strategy room. This is where we look each other in the eye across borders and languages and say, what are we going to do together? Because the truth is, no matter how strong one voice is, real change takes a chorus. What we need now, as African women and as Africans as a whole, is not more applause. We need alignment. We need coordination. We need shared tools, shared language, and shared courage. We need a Pan-African framework for gender quotas, not just policies that sit on paper, but frameworks that are defended, implemented, and protected across administrations. We need legal strategies that speak across borders, from countries to regional bodies, all the way to the African Union. We need research and funding that are pooled, not scattered. We need a playbook that any woman from Kisumu to Kanu, from Cape Town to Casablanca, can pick up and use to push for representation in her community, her country, and know that she is not alone. We need to ask ourselves, what can we learn from Rwanda, where women helped write a new constitution out of the ashes of genocide, and today lead the parliament? What can we learn from Liberia, where Ellen Johnson Sirleaf stepped into history after war and showed the world what steady, smart, and unapologetic leadership looks like? What can we learn from Uganda, where gender budgeting isn't a proposal, it's a policy? And from South Africa, where feminist economists are not just dreaming about equity, they are building it into the foundation of public life. Let us also be clear. We are not asking for space at someone else's table. We are building new tables in every corner of this continent. And we're saying, bring your tools, bring your voice, bring your people, because we have work to do. And because I know this room is full of leaders, people who care deeply about Africa, who have shown up again and again to do the hard work. Today, I want to speak to you not just as stakeholders, but as trustees of this continent's future, trustees of its girls, its laws, its hopes, because its stakeholders invest, but trustees protect. They preserve, they pass something on. So to the policymakers here, your pen can shape generations. Use it not just to legislate, but to liberate. Write laws that outlive your term and protect people you may never meet. To the development partners, we see your programs, your pilot projects, your reports. But we ask you, fund not just moments, fund movements. Invest in laws, invest in institutions. Help us build what will last. To the media, your stories shape perception, and perception shapes power. Don't just cover women when they win, cover them when they run, when they lose, when they rise again. Make their stories as visible as their victories. To civil society, your role is to keep us all honest. Stay relentless. Don't become too polite to power. Keep asking the hard questions. Keep pushing us to do better even when we already think we are. To the young people, you are not waiting in the wings. You are the engine. You are the movement. Don't wait for permission. Take the mic. Take the mantle, take the moment. Because the countries and the continents that you are inheriting, will be exactly what you demand it to be. This is the time for bold alliances, not polite ones. For radical empathy, not performative concern. We don't just need your voices, we need your weight, your will, your willingness to get uncomfortable. Because history won't just ask what we said in Accra, it will ask what we did after we left. I speak to you today not only as an advocate, but as a mother raising a daughter on this continent. And let me tell you, motherhood changes everything. It reorders your sense of time, of purpose, and of legacy. My daughter is still young, but already I think about the kind of country and continent that she'll grow up in. I think about whether she'll be told to lower her voice, speak subtly, to not aspire to be too much. Whether she'll be taught to apologize for her ambition. Whether she'll be invited to lead or expected to wait in the shadows. And I know this. I do not want to raise her in an Africa where leadership is still seen as male by default. I want her to grow up in a country where power has a mother's touch, where governance wears the face of women who have built homes, built businesses, built peace, and are now building policy. My friends, my sisters, my mothers in the room, we all come from a line of women who did not always have a seat at the table, but who still showed up to serve, to speak, to shape the world around them. Women like Funmilayo Ransom Kuti, who defied colonial rule in Abeokuta, Margaret Ekbo, who stood firm in Nigeria's first parliament, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who walked through war to become Africa's first elected female president, Wangari Maathai, who planted trees and hope across the hills of Kenya, and our very own Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who broke barrier after barrier, becoming the first female and first African DG of the WTO, bringing not only brilliance to global economics, but integrity and grace. These are not footnotes in history. They are blueprints for us, for our daughters, and for women world over. And now it's our turn. We are not here to break glass ceilings. We are here to rebuild the entire roof. So that every African woman, whether she is born in a city or in a village, has room to rise, to speak, and to lead. So let us not leave Accra, for those of us coming from outside, with just applause, but let us leave with a pact to carry these ideas home and turn them into legislation, into institutions, into systems that outlast speeches and conferences. A pact to make the reserved seats for women's bill not an exception, but the beginning. A pact to remember that democracy, real democracy, is not inherited. It is built, rebuilt, reinvented by each and every single one of us. Because we are not just participants in Africa's story, we are its authors. And the next chapter begins with the women in this room. May God bless you all. May God bless Ghana. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Africa rises with women as the fire lighting up the continent. Please, a round of applause for Osase Igbenedion Oguche. Thank you so very much. Before we head into the panel session, my team lead, Rekia Ibrahim Atta, has a quick announcement. And while that is going on, please, let's rearrange the chair for the panel session. Let's rearrange the chairs for the panel session, please. Please clap for my team lead.
She did that as if she knew she was going to be penalized for not giving me a round of applause. Thank you, Glory. It's a quick announcement, and I'm just looking at the time that we have for today and the, things we have, put on our agenda for today. And I usually wouldn't just make a unanimous decision, so I have brought a suggestion. To my mind, we can do the second panel session conversations today for tomorrow. But that means that we all have to get here early enough so that we can have 3 panel conversations tomorrow. Do I get a yes? The yes have it. So that's my announcement. That's my announcement. But please, it also means a commitment. They have a commitment for tomorrow. Stretching. Okay. So this is a feedback from panelists for tomorrow who are saying that they have another commitment for tomorrow, and so they would rather we stretched ourselves today and just have that second panel conversation. What I really don't want missing is the essence of the conversations that we want to have for all the panel conversations. And I thought we could, exhaust ourselves, to do this conversation as meaningfully as possible. However, we must not neglect the commitment that they've had all day sitting down and just listening to the other panel conversations. So I'm going to implore the moderators to see how quickly. Please keep your eyes on the essence of the conversation, and let's not miss out on something that is important. On that note, thank you very much for those who agreed with me that we should do it tomorrow, but I hope you also have heard the complaint and you agree that we can stretch just a little bit more. Thank you so much, and a round of applause for yourselves. You have been well behaved. Thank you. I'm proud of all of you. Thanks.
Technical, the 1-minute reserve seat bill video, please.
To push for a bill that will add women-only seats in the Senate and House of Representatives.
Not passing a bill like this reduces our status in the eyes of the Committee of Nations.
Matter of fact, a running joke, which is not too funny, is that in Jigawa State House of Assembly, the chairperson of the Women Affairs Committee is a man. Emotional data, facts, statistics show that when women legislate, when women are involved in decision making, we see better government.
Members, what we have now is not in accordance with international standards. It's really shameful because when our parliamentarians go for meeting, the women are not there.
Talk to our government to provide an enabling environment for women to be in the forefront, because it's been demonstrated that when women are in position, great things happen.
And so if we bring more women in parliament and in elected positions, even not just in parliament, as governors, as vice presidents, as CEOs of parastatals, you will see them save money, put back a lot of money to the economy. They'll block a lot of wastages.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for ourselves. So we're going to go straight into the panel session, which will last for 20 minutes. And I intend to stick to that. Amira, yes, don't shake your head. You are managing Nigeria's economy in Ghana right now. Permit me welcome to the panel our first female president of the Council of African Political Parties and former Minister of the State for the FCT, Dr. Ramatu Tijani Aliyu. A round of applause, please. Permit me also welcome the honorable member representing Nangare Potiskum constituency and chairperson of Women in Parliament at the National Assembly, Honorable Fatima Tauba Abubakar. Permit me bring in the innovation meeting, the legacy on this panel, the Senior Special Advisor on Trade and Investment to the Executive Chairman of Abaji Area Council in the FCT, the young Hajia Asia Sani Suleiman. And of course, our moderator who will be managing time like Africa's Central Bank, Ms. Amira Hassan, an electrical engineer and co-founder, Citizens Application for Political Participation, CAP. Amira, inflation of time, no need.
Very well received. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to our panelists. Good afternoon. So this was supposed to take a whole different shape, so we would improvise. But first, I would like to say the saying, when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. So we're in Ghana, so we're going to greet as the Ghanaians do. I recently found out that Ghana has a lot of ethnic groups, so we're going to greet in 3 Ghanaian languages. The first one is the popular one you know, Akwaba. Please tell your neighbor Akwaba. And that's from the Akan people. The second is from the people of Ewe, and they say, Weizo. Weizo, thank you. Please say Weizo. And the third is from the Ga people, and they say Obake. Obake, thank you. Tell your neighbor Obake. Yes, we will make it in time.
But please let Osase Igbenedion join you again on the panel. I excluded her. I thought it was just a keynote she was given. Please don't teach them language.
Okay, now that we've welcomed everyone, we're going to jump right into the conversation. Today's topic is advancing inclusive governance through the empowerment of women and youth. A very important topic, I must say, because it shapes how we are led, how we are represented, and to what extent we have rights to equality. First, I would like to hear from our panelists what inclusive governance means to you, quickly in 30 seconds, so that we can set the tone.
Thank you so much for that very pertinent question. Inclusive governance is when people with the lived experience are sitting on the decision-making table, and when the entire population of a country is ably represented, for example, giving the reserved seats for women's bill in Parliament. So whenever we canvass for this bill, we always use the example that in a parliament that is made up of 95% men, how do you expect them to legislate about child and maternal mortality, legislate about nutrition, legislate about pregnancy when you don't have the women sitting on the table? So this is what inclusive governance means. People with lived experiences, be it men, be it women, be it girls, be it boys, are on the decision-making table to bringing their own unique perspective.
Thank you very much, Chief Osazu. Thank you. So I would like to hear from Dr. Ramatu what empowering women and youth means to you.
Well, thank you very much. Empowering women and youth. It's not what we must pay lip service to. It is bringing them to the forefront, encouraging them, developing them, mentoring them to acquire the skills, to live, and not only to live, to achieve, and not only to achieve, but to lead in whatever field they find themselves. Living, going through living, establishment, going through it, and the most of all, leadership. So empowering women and children is beyond everything. It is capacity building, getting them to realize who they are, and most of all, getting them to unleash their potentials. How do you do that? We'll come back to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramatu. We'll take our next question. In Africa, efforts to strengthen inclusive governance are gaining momentum, but systemic barriers persist. From your experience, what practical, politically feasible reforms can African nations adopt to increase women and youth representation in public leadership? And how can these reforms be sustained beyond electoral cycles? Would like to hear from you first, ma'am.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, women representation reforms will lead to African countries ensuring that legislative measures are taken to eliminate all forms of discrimination against girls and young women, ensuring their human rights and fundamental freedoms are established. Then the quota system can also be introduced, like Rwanda, which has achieved about 60% female representation in parliament, and South Africa and Senegal. Efforts also ensure balanced representation. So by this doing, you embark on capacity building to provide training and mentorship programs for women. When you do this also, you'll be able to produce women, young leaders in the youths also to participate in fellowship programs, capacity building programs that will expose them to their right, not only unleashing the potentials in them, but to realize that they can do it. They can do attitude must also be inculcated into them. Sensitization and awareness programs. This gives them also the exposure to step into the potential and the stages that will enable them build themselves. It begins gradually. It is not what you just come to do because, for instance, we are talking about the slots and the increase in space. So because you are just a woman and you come there, no. It is about who has the capacity. So you build more potentials, more capacity in the youth so that we have more leaders ready to, step into the stage, and then the protection from violence. If from the young ages they are dominated by, suppression, they are suppressed completely. They are not allowed to do one thing or the other that they feel could make them better than you. Innovations wouldn't have been made if youths weren't allowed to expose themselves to what they can do better, exercise their brains to bring out the capacity in them. Must it always be one thing, I'm used to it? It must be a numb? No. New things have to just come. We must frontally address that. So besides that too, we have to look at how the youths, the women, are harmonized regularly to say, besides the capacity building, we are strengthened, we are encouraged, we are allowed, we are supported by the government. When this is done, sky is the limit. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Dr. Ramatu. What I hear you say is that we need to be intentional about building capacity, purposeful and intentional about building capacity in women and youth. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll pose the same question to you, Hajia Asia. And the question is, again, what practical and politically feasible reforms can African nations adopt to increase women and youth representation in public leadership? And how can these reforms be sustained beyond election cycles?
Thank you very much. So who else in this hall here believes that African women has the highest number of talents in the world? African women and youths. Who else believes? We all believe that? Well, often we talk about our youth strength and our youth and women's strength, projecting that we have the superpower to run the world. there's even a projection ongoing that 60%, that in 2050, that Africa will take up the world workforce of 60%. Well, for me, that is a myth. We have the population, and when properly utilized and converted, we would take up the world workforce. And how do we convert this? Through building skill gaps and education. So we have the workforce was so large and massive, so we need to work on education and the skill gap to achieve this mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haja Asia. A round of applause for her, please. So what I hear you say is that we have a lot of women in the world, and we have the potential to take up space. All we need to do is to educate our women and youth. Thank you very much, ma'am. Before we move to our next question, my mentor, or one of my mentors, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, likes to say, in God we trust, everybody else bring your data. So I'm going to reiterate some of the data that Chief Osazu has shared. And she mentioned that we have less than 5% of women represented in the House of Representatives. She mentioned that we have about 4 of 109 members of the Senate who are women. She also mentioned that Nigeria ranks 178 of 182 in terms of inclusion in governance worldwide, and 54 over 54 in Africa. This 54 over 54 is not the type of 54 over 54 that our parents told us to get. So this is a real problem, which leads me to my next question. Nigeria's proposed reserved seats bill aims to ensure parliamentary representation for women, but it has yet to be passed by the Federal House of Representatives. I would like to ask Honorable Fatima, what compelling arguments, evidence, and advocacy strategies are required to build broad political and public support for the bill? And how can it be designed to produce measurable impact rather than becoming merely symbolic? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Fatima Talba. I'm representing the people of Nigeria, Potiskum, from Nigeria and from Yobe State. I'm from the extreme end of Nigeria, the Boko Haram area, a Sharia state. Yet, I am representing my people in the National Assembly, meaning that politics is non-religious, it's non-political, and it can be played everywhere. I started as a chairman and of a local government 4 times. I was a permanent secretary 3 times. I was a commissioner 4 times. I was a director general in Abuja. There is no position I have not held. I'm from a state that you people call Sharia state, and that women cannot access certain things. No. The truth is that we have to be patient, we have to be pushful, and we have to persist. That's the truth of the matter. So I'm just giving you this to show you that there is no hindrance in religion to accessing political positions. I don't believe in that. Good. I am the woman responsible for women in parliament in National Assembly, Abuja. I'm the chairperson. That means what we are discussing here today has a direct bearing on me, on you, on everybody in this country. Women constitute, the truth of the matter is we constitute 60% in Nigeria, not 40, 49. It's not true. Count the other side of the country where I come from, that is around the northern part of Nigeria, where a man will have 4, 3, 2 wives. Why are you now saying that we only have 40 to 43? And those women in position of powers were all brought by women or are all brought by women. Anywhere there is an election, it's woman that brings that seat. Yet when it comes to national cake, no woman is allowed to touch. In the National Assembly, where I am coming from, we have issues with our men. We also have a critical issue of woman hate woman. Where you don't like your own friend, you don't like, if you are a friend to a woman, if she's contesting or she's going for something you think is lucrative, you wouldn't want her to go so that she doesn't pass you. We have to keep that at bay. We have to keep that aside for us to achieve what we want to achieve. I've been telling our men in the chamber, because I'm the only one that is capable of going to them to tell them they have to vote for us. If they don't vote for us now, somebody will not vote their children for them. They have to know that they will not be there permanent. And at one time, somebody else will come and change the trend altogether. So they have to learn to support us. We are not trying to compete with them. We are trying to assist them. We are complementing them to ensure that all of us achieve what we want to achieve. Yet they are always day in, day out persistent, and they don't want it. So what I'm telling you now is that we have to persist. As she's asking of the strategies we're going to adopt or reforms, there are some reforms we want to. Reforms will have to start just like Niger is doing. Niger has made singing part of her curriculum. That is why they sing meaningful songs, not just dancing songs. If we want to become politically relative in this, Nigeria, where we have a population of over 200 million people, the truth of the matter is women must be carried along, and we constitute the majority. How we do it? It is now left this type of gatherings to decide. And we have to go from country to country to sensitize those people that we think will talk to our leaders up there. Mr. President is now trying to do something good for us. And tomorrow I will have to be leaving this chamber to go back to Nigeria, because First Lady has called us for a meeting on Friday in the night. We're going to have a dinner and we're going to discuss this special seat bill. She has to stand by us. No alternative to that.
Yes. Yes,
she has to, because if she doesn't, nobody will do. And if government want to do something, it will do. So why are government dragging this in fits? We are now saying that we want a government where everybody is responsible and everybody is carried along. Even the party has to change so that more women will be included in decision making. Otherwise, they will only have one woman leader, and that's all. So there are so many things we will do. We are trying to do, we have already started our advocacies to states. I will stop here because we have limited time, and I have so many things to tell you. I'm telling you, I've told our men in the chamber that they are only friendly to us in the afternoons. In the evening. In the morning, we are nobody. And they have to change that trend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. We all received that loud and clear. Yes. I would like to pose the same question. Dr. Amatu, as the pioneer woman leader of the APC, what's your perspective on a compelling argument, evidence, and advocacy strategy that we can build on to gain political and public support? And how can we make sure that the impact is measurable?
Thank you very much, moderator. And then on a lighter note, we say no more friendships in the afternoon or in the evenings. Do your friendship in the afternoon, eh? Support us. And definitely we are calling on the presidency, we are calling on the wife of the president to ensure she stands by the, bill. She must just support this bill. We have no option. We are calling loudly. And these, as we see in this country, in Nigeria and even worldwide, women are speaking. Women are no longer sleeping. But the arguments are to increase the representation. The bill aims to address the significant underrepresentation of women in Nigeria's National Assembly, who stands at it today at 4.3% of the federal legislative seat, just 4.3% out of 100. We can do better. We also need to improve the governance, women's participation in decision-making processes, to lead more inclusiveness and more effective, deliberations and more effective decisions in governance. When a woman is included, I want to tell you, the decisions will be empathetic. And that is where we are heading to. We are not self-praising ourselves, but try women. Wherever you find women, you'll find justice. Economic benefits of this. Today, if this decision is registered and approved, I want to tell you that we will unlock potentials of so many. Nigeria, as it stands today, will improve over $28 trillion by 2030. What do I mean? Women are at the economic hem of affairs of every nation. Women have the numerical strength even when it comes to vote. You vote, you form every government, but you are not part of the government. We are calling for equity. We are calling for justice. We are calling for inclusivity. And we are speaking as one everywhere. We are speaking right from Ghana, but not because they don't feel this pain. We speak at home, we speak everywhere, because all around the world, women's decision and call for inclusivity remains one. So on this note, the inclusiveness, the capacity building, the advocacy, everywhere is yours to do. Nation building is a collective responsibility. We must be given chances. We must be included to say the right things at the right time and do the right things at the right time for every nation, particularly Nigeria. We speak and stand with you. We want so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Nation building is a collective responsibility. So I would pass this question to Chief Osazu, primarily because you are the convener for the Reserved Seat for Women's Bill. Please, could you give us actual practical advocacy strategies? I also know you're a media personnel. Could you give us advocacy strategies that we can use to increase support for this bill? Because I am very well aware that not everybody believes that this bill should be passed. Some people feel like, why hand it over on a platter? Some people feel like, where's the fairness and equity in handing over positions to women? So what do you think about that, and what practical steps can we use to increase acceptance? In about a minute or
Yes, I'll try to be as brief as possible. I am the convener of the Reserved Seats for Women's Bill Campaign Coalition, which has over 120 CSOs working together to advocate for the passage of the Reserved Seats for Women's Bill. So what we did differently, we set up geopolitical structures. So we appointed zonal leads. Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones: South, South, Southwest, Southeast, Northwest, Northeast, North Central. These geopolitical zone leaders then went to appoint state leaders, who then went to appoint local government leaders, then ward-level leaders. So they took this message for the Reserved Seats for Women's Bill all the way down to the community level. We translated the message in Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Benin, different languages, so everybody can actually gain access to this meaningful material. We disseminated the message through radio, through television, through print, through social media, and all the likes. And this advocacy worked. It's not an effort of one organization alone or one woman alone. This bill was actually sponsored by a man, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, who actually proposed this bill in the 10th Assembly after it failed in the 8th and the 9th Assembly, respectively. I led a delegation of women to the Senate president who actually told us for the very first time that he will be throwing his weight behind the bill along with 20 other senators. They brought the number down to 6. We were actually appreciative that they told us honestly what they would like to pass, rather than say, no, 37 seats will support you, then go ahead and, vote against it, on the day of third reading. So right now, we actually stand as a very critical point for this bill. On December 9th, the bill will be proposed on the floor of the National Assembly for voting. So every single person, just as Dr. Ramatu said and Honorable Fatima said, has a role to play in ensuring that this bill actually becomes law this time around. I also want to use the opportunity to thank all our partners. The First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has stood behind this bill. She spoke about it in March 2024, and I believe before the end of this week, early next week, she will be coming out publicly to reiterate her support. Mr. President is a he for she. His renewed hope agenda clearly ties into women's development and women's economic power and women's political power. The Governor Spouses Forum have been one of the very key advocates championing this bill. They put so much pressure on their husbands, who are the state governors, and these governors all came out to speak in one voice to say all 36 state governors of Nigeria are throwing their weight behind the reserved seats for women's bill. So we've used a mix of pop culture, political influence to ensure that this bill right now is being talked about across the entire nation, and clearly even ensures abroad, right? Because this bill is a reform whose time has come. So our advocacy has been, a mixed bag of different techniques, and it's working, and we're very optimistic that come December 9th, that this bill will become law. We'll see more women in our parliament, more women on the decision-making table, and our economy, our communities, our healthcare, our education infrastructures will all improve for this.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Chief Osazu. The MC has been looking at me. Yes. Okay. So we have no time for questions anymore. And the next question is actually a very interesting one, centered at Ghana. But because of time, we are going to round off this very meaningful conversation. And as a take-home, you have heard what all the women on this stage have said. Advocacy is a collective responsibility. So please, in your spare time, think to yourself, as a woman, as a he for she, what role can you play to promote, to support, to advocate for this bill being passed? Thank you very much for listening.
Yes, please. Your photo session, please. My convener, Dr. Jumai, I don't know where you have... Dr. Jumai has stepped out. She didn't disappear. Okay, there she is. And while that is going on, please a round of applause for them. Dr. Jumai, I don't know what Marriott is going to do to us, but we need to have the next panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Amira, you'll see me in your dreams today. I'm just saying that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please take the photo. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. We now move straight to our next panel. And it will be preceded with a keynote address on harnessing AI, data, and indigenous innovations to improve elections, peace, and security in Africa, advancing inclusive governance through the empowerment of women and youth. Dr. Toyin Lawal, are you here? Dr. Toyin Lawal. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Toyin Lawal.
Thank you so much, my sister. Time has gone so much. I can do 5 minutes, actually. Yeah. Okay. Please permit me to stand upon established protocol. And I know that time has gone so much, ahead of us. And thank you for staying by us this afternoon. My goodness. Congratulations to all of us for being here. And I just want to thank Dr. Jumai for giving me the opportunity to be part of this amazing, program. Before I go on, even though I know time is running out, I just want to tell all of you how special you are. Please, you are all special. You are all very, very special. And I bring greetings from my granddaughter, Sophia Elizabeth Lawal from Los Angeles, because she said, I must convey the message. Tell the women that they are very special. You are special and you are important. We are not just here for a conference. We are here to break limit. We are here to take the limit off. A lot have been said about, data, also election, and all the things that we need to do. So I want to kind of establish some action plan for us because my minute is well gone. Okay, are you hearing me? So in the pursuit of inclusive governance and looking at data and indigenous women, I see the data that we all generate right even as we are in this building. And I see that we are brilliant. And I see also that we have the power. But are we ready to stop admiring the problems and start picking up and ready for solution? Are we ready to base upon the intelligence, the wisdom of our indigenous people? That is our mothers that have even brought all of us up. Are we ready? My question to you today is, be prepared and be ready to be part of this movement. One of the action plans that I want to discuss is to give you a little bit of statistics, and I know Chief Osusu already gave us a lot of statistics, but for us to think about what we need to do as women. Number one thing, as early as this 2025, we see that 60% of the people under 25 years are women. And in Africa alone, we are just 18.8%. We are here. We need to take the power. What do we need to do? I have 3 pillars to quickly share within my next 2 minutes. 3 pillars. Number 1 pillar is using AI data as a bridge. My people, please, do not be afraid of tech. The digital is already here in our faces, so we have to embrace it. We must come out and we must speak out. We must let our voice be heard as women. This is not the time to say, oh, this and that is happening in my village and I don't know about it. We got to be part of the movement. We need to improve transparency on election. And I want to share this. If you want to improve transparencies in elections, we need to go to the community. We need to make sure that our mothers, our fathers in the villages, they are safe, they are secure. We need to prevent the conflict that even happened during election, because these are the things that brings fear, to our people that they don't want to participate. So safety, security is very important. In order to use artificial intelligence to build all these things, we cannot just not be safe at home and say we are doing artificial intelligence. We need to build the infrastructure. Are you here with me? 1 more minute to go. We need to enhance transparency in our electoral, process. And this is not about the ballot day. This is about you and I participating in the level that is expected for us as a woman. Number 2 pillar, we need to build on indigenous innovation. What is the indigenous innovation? We need to build trust. When we trust what the community leaders are doing, what our mothers are telling us to face. I love my queen. Where is she? Look, we are building the next generation right there. She says she loved her mother. She loved all of us. So we need to enhance peace and integrate community trusted mechanism with technology to bring what? To build resilience. Number 3 pillar that I want to share with you quickly, which has been said by the panel, is inclusive governance. We are the catalyst. Please say to your neighbor, you are the catalyst. Yes, we need to push forward. Because what happened as a catalyst, this is the time to dismantle the barriers that create, platform just for the marginalized. Wherever we go, we had those things. Oh, women are vulnerable. We are not vulnerable. We are powerful. Are you with me? We are powerful. So my action plan for you today, quickly. Number 1, resources management, climate inclusion, and security. Even though we are talking about here an election, you cannot be at the polling booth when you are hungry. We need to look into agriculture, food, and housing. I love that one of our leaders are building houses for widows. We need to connect. You need to take a sister and take that sister by hand and lead them aright. Be your sister's keeper from today. Because together we will learn, together we will go higher to push the agenda further. So we need to use innovation to develop our agricultural, products. We have a lot. Our mothers, they know about the seed, they know about the climate. We need to mitigate conflict that is driving our environment away. All the things that we need to do. Number 2 things that is very important is courage. 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 And I'm leaving this with you today. Courage to fund women and courage to lead initiative. Courage to build these AI tools from the indigenous people because the data is growing. But the final most ingredient that we need is courage to break the silos. And that is why you need to take your sisters along to do what is necessary. Our challenge is to ensure the next chapter of African governance, hallelujah, which is not written by algorithms alone, but by what? Partnership. Doctor mentioned it, that we need to build what? Partnership between humanity, wisdom, and innovation. And I want to charge you as we go out today, hallelujah, I want to say that the future of this continent is not a promise. As we go out today, the future of this conference is not a promise, but it is a project. Let us build the legacy starting from now. Thank you.
That is how to manage women's economy in Africa. A round of applause to her. Thank you very much, Doctor. The only thing she forgot to add was when your sister puts in a bid for a job, stop underpricing her. She needs the money. Thank you. A round of applause again. We now move straight to the panel, and this panel will be focusing on innovating finance, women redefining accounting, investment, business, and financial inclusion in Africa. For the next 20 minutes, join me welcome Mrs. Cassandra Dapa, Relationship Manager, Oil and Gas, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Limited. A round of applause, please. Still on this panel, join me welcome Mrs. Sairam Amapa Azasu. Amapa Azasu, Multilingual Investment Advisory and Consultancy. A round of applause, please. Permit me welcome Mr. Dixon Asan, Technical Lead, Career Compass, Ghana Limited. Please clap for a he for she. Join me welcome Dr. Jacqueline Mohir, the Transformational Bridge Coach from the United States of America. She was here a bit. Dr. Jacqueline, please look for her. She can't be missing. Join me welcome Dr. Tanya Wiley Brown, a legal expert and CEO at WCP Consulting and Communications. Is she here? Okay, this panel will be moderated by the CEO, Vani Modley and Associate, Ms. Vani Modley.
Welcome. Please take a seat. Hello. Great. So I'm going to get started in the interest of time. Esteemed delegates, panelists, colleagues, and partners in development, thank you sincerely for joining this important conversation on innovating finance, women redefining accounting, investment, business, and financial inclusion in Africa. So today's session brings into focus the remarkable women who are not only building enterprises of scale, but are also creating intergenerational pathways for prosperity. Now, across the continent, women entrepreneurs are expanding their footprint in accounting, investment, digital finance, and cross-border trade. So their leadership is really reshaping how capital is mobilized, how financial ecosystems evolve, and how communities benefit from inclusive growth. So this panel places particular attention on innovative financing, ranging from digital payment systems and fintech solutions to blended capital, equity participation, and regional partnerships. So we also explore what it means for women to be investment ready in an increasingly integrated and technology-driven marketplace. So I'm going to try and manage the time, the 5 panelists, and 3 questions. So please do indulge me if I humbly request you to keep your contributions very concise. If I can get a response in 30 seconds to each question, that would help a great deal. And what may help is just trying to make 2 critical points on each of the questions. So with regards to access to funding, what practical financing models or support systems, such as cooperative funds, digital lending platforms, angel networks, or diaspora-backed investments can really help women entrepreneurs grow without being limited by issues like collateral and traditional banking requirements? Because even support mechanisms by governments in Africa basically requires traditional methods. So I'm going to start with Ms. Seyram. And given your background in banking and digitization and investment, over to you.
All right, thank you. That banking background is for Cassandra. And the timing makes it difficult to make the concepts quite very much understandable. But given your question around alternative financing platforms, I would want to say that even before we talk about alternatives, we must admit that our regular banking institutions have understood the assignment now, and they are all developing very women-friendly, SME-friendly products for businesses in Ghana, I am Ghana biased, and across Africa. On the African level, for example, we can talk about the African Women Development Fund that is available to SMEs and supporting organizations that are leading women development issues. We can also talk about the Impact Investing Ghana, which has now become Impact Investing Africa, that crowdfunding for projects within Africa, corporate institutions, and women-led groups. We can also talk about the AFDB.
Yes.
The African Development Bank has initiatives like African Women in Business, and these opportunities are bound to support women-led businesses beyond the local initiatives that we have in Ghana, for example, with the The Fidelity Bank Ghana, for example, has launched a 5-year gender action plan. The Ghana Exim Bank, that's the Ghana Export and Import Bank of Ghana, has a number of initiatives for women. And I'll finally mention the Development Bank of Ghana that is advocating for a more equitable and inclusive financial ecosystem and is dedicating about 1 million Ghana cedis over the next 5 years and rolling out initiatives that ensure that 20% of their facilities are accessed by women.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aram. That's an interesting range of instruments. Thank you. Ms. Cassandra, my apologies. You're the digital banking expert.
Okay. Just to comment and add on to what her submission was, even though the banking sector is haven't been in the industry for close to 2 decades, I would say that we still are not there yet. We could do much more for women-led enterprises because some of the banks, I must say, are still fixated on their old ways where they are insisting on collateral lending before they can support these female-led businesses. But I would want to suggest that we must find other, innovative ways of approaching it in the sense that we can look at these women who belong to solid networks and rely on their credibility, the institutions they belong to, the market cooperatives. And I can assure you that if we do business with them, we would actually go a long way to impact future generations. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ms. Cassandra. Mr. Dixon, I'm going to flip the coin onto your end, given that you have a background in chartered accounting, working with the SME sector, women-owned businesses, and coming from a farming background where you understand the struggles and challenges faced by farmers and women.
Okay. So the challenge has been that most of our SMEs, it's more like the business and the owner, they cannot be separated. And because of that, it's difficult for them to access the normal financing. And so there are alternatives that 2 of them I will suggest. The first alternative will be the total remittances from outside to Africa is projected to hit over 100 billion within the next 5 years. And that tells us that if we tap into that arena, we'll be able to at least set up some funds for these women to access. Because the thing is, because we are heavily political in Africa, most of these funds that we have mentioned are tied to political parties. And therefore, if you do not belong to that party or that group, then it means you cannot access that funding. And therefore, it is important that we drill down and just find a neutral way. And that neutral way could be where we use the remittances that we receive as form of collateral for the women to access capital for their businesses.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'd like to move on to the next question and start with you, Dr. Jacqueline, given your background in as a strategist and coach. So we come to the whole issue of women-owned businesses being profitable, but remaining small because they lack investment readiness, financial literacy, and strategic scaling plans. What real-life steps can women entrepreneurs take to become investment ready, strengthen financial management skills, and build businesses that, most importantly, survive beyond one generation, where they create a legacy?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and good afternoon, distinguished leaders and honorables. Thank you for this opportunity today. First of all, we coach and teach women about financing. We teach them how to start small and grow big. We are in a global society, a global world, and technology has really leveraged the playing ground. So we teach women how to build strategic systems with customer relationship management systems, helping them to create digital products, helping them and showing them how to take their own ideas and create multiple streams of income by strategically placing women how to do just that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I gather that escalating the digital transformation is far quicker than traditional financial literacy and, of course, doing or engaging in processes manually. Wonderful. Thank you. That's an interesting perspective to bring on board. So, Dr. Tanya, what is your take on that particular question about the steps that women entrepreneurs take to become investment ready? What can they do?
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I hail from the United States, and this is my first time in Ghana. So it is a pleasure.
Wonderful.
It is a pleasure to be here. So one of the things, just to elaborate on what Dr. Mohair has said, I work with Dr. Mohair and her team to build ecosystems that encourage women, not just people, but encourage women to become masters of their own destiny. Right. It's important for women to understand that we don't have to just be in the room, and I think that Dr. Toyin said it best. We must control the room. We can control the room. Ladies, do you all believe that? We can control the room, and there's a way to do that. So as we talk about finances and creating opportunities, I firmly believe that we must build our own ecosystems to do that. We don't have to just go in the banks and ask for money. We can be the ones approving the money, right? We can be the ones saying yes, yes, yes. And the one thing that the teams that I work with, they know and understand is, and there's a difference between being overly aggressive and just being optimistic and confident. Right. We must be optimistic and confident. And the God that I believe in, I do know that anything is possible if we believe. So we have to stick together, women. I believe that if we work together, nothing is impossible. All things are possible.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Tanya. So moving on to the last question about digital financing tools, cross-border partnerships, and regional value chains that can be used to help women-led businesses scale across African countries. I mean, what we're finding is many of our businesses are confined to the locality in which it is established. Whilst, of course, we're dealing with overly regulated environments, cultural differences, market barrier entries, we do have the blocks like AFCFTA and so on. So the question is, how can digital finance tools, cross-border partnerships, and regional value chains be used to help? Now, Ms. Sarah, given that you're now with the Chamber of Industry, and this is perhaps one of your key areas of intervention, what would you respond to this particular question?
I would readily advise two things. Partnerships across borders. I mean, we are one people, we are African. We can start within the West African sub-region. Let's find partnerships among ourselves, leverage the AFTA protocols and the country of origin protocols that favor us so that the partnerships will work for us. And secondly, I would also want to recommend corporate philanthropy. Corporate philanthropy. Let's invest in the community so that we can raise awareness about some of the issues that we are faced and challenged with. Because you realize that these days, the average consumer is not just purchasing a product, they are purchasing ideas, they are purchasing sensitivities, they are purchasing causes. So I would recommend partnerships and corporate philanthropy.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. I'd like to pass this question on to Ms. Cassandra as well.
Okay. So I would look at it from the point of view that we need to collaborate more. So collaboration is also very key. And also for us to be able to get out of our comfort zone by growing our small businesses in our community and making it a national business, and also doing business across the African continent, means that you need to have the right processes in place. Your business must be registered, you need to observe the right protocols, you need to be under a particular umbrella, and you also need to have the right governance structures in place. Again, as a small business owner who has a vision of becoming a multinational business that is going to be handed over to another generation, means that you need to do things in the right, doing business the right way. You need to separate your personal financing from your business financing. And once you're able to do that, thankfully with the AFCA, we have PAPs where we can do payments across the African region. There's nothing wrong with you sourcing fabrics from La Côte d'Ivoire and also selling your finished products in South Africa. And through networks like the African Women's Conference and other powerful she networks, I think that we can do more amongst ourselves. And let's be intentional about it, and we'll definitely get there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And more importantly, being able to exploit the local markets first before exploring international markets, because that's our practice ground. Excellent. Dr. Jackie, I'd like to hear your perspective on it more from a digital marketing perspective, a digital technology perspective.
Well, collaboration beats competition. And so what the digital market now has done, it brings both worlds together. So once you set your strategic, and let me say strategic, plan in place, then the sky is just the limit. But make sure that the strategic plan is in place.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Can we come to Mr. Dixon in terms of your take?
I'm looking at mobile money payment. I think it is one of the things that we need to harness from the African Union perspective to the local perspective, because, for example, in Ghana, almost everyone has mobile money account. But if I want to send money to Nigeria, there's MTN in Nigeria. Unfortunately, I'm not able to send money straight from my mobile money in Ghana and pay for fabrics in Abuja or something like this. I feel that we need that form of interoperability where I sit in my village in some Ashanti region, and I can pay for goods, buy goods, and all of that. Because when we rely on the traditional banking system, it really frustrates and it takes a longer time, and that is not helpful. Especially for me, I'm much concerned about the woman in the farm, the woman who is the African woman, not the flashy one where the person can get the banking services and all of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon, for those very real examples and case scenarios. And perhaps we need to mobilize the AU to look at currency exchange and the platforms, digital platforms available. So Dr. Tanya, any final comments on this particular question?
The one thing that I would say is that in order to accelerate economic transformation across Africa and the diaspora, I truly believe that we have to emphasize trade, we have to emphasize investment and innovation, and in North Carolina, in the U.S., we are building, and by the way, this is a women-led project, we are building an innovation park on 200 acres of land. 200 acres of land. And I'm excited to say that our team, a team that I, along with several other women, we built that team. And we have the Microsofts, we have NVIDIA, we have all of the major companies who will be coming into North Carolina at this innovation park. But one of the things that we're focused on is health. We are looking at individuals who have disabilities, creating housing for those individuals who are going through clinical trials. This is huge.
These are the things that can be done, though, not just in the United States, but can be done in the motherland. And so the goal is to meet with the government here and to create the same kind of ecosystem in Africa. So those are the kinds of things that I believe we need to be doing. We need to be partnering and working, again, together.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Tanya. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. As we close this powerful discussion, several themes stand out very clearly. First, women entrepreneurs across Africa continue to transform financial systems, not as passive participants, but as architects of new models of accounting, investment, and enterprise development. Secondly, digital finance and regional cooperation are not just opportunities. They are absolutely essential pillars for scaling women-led businesses in sustainable and future-ready ways. And I love the whole concept of innovation parks, because this is where the inspiration to be better than what we have created comes from. So we have also seen that financial inclusion is most effective when it is intentional. Supported, of course, by flexible capital, transparent governance, and institutions willing to recognize the long-term value created by women. And most importantly, intergenerational enterprise building reminds us that innovation is not only about technology, it's about legacy, it's about leadership, it's about continuity. So let this panel serve as a catalyst for deeper partnerships and more ambitious outcomes. May the insights shared today inspire policymakers, investors, and practitioners to back women, not just in rhetoric, but in tangible and measurable ways, examples of which have been shared with us by our esteemed panelists today. So thank you for your commitment to advancing a more inclusive and dynamic financial landscape for Africa. Thank you very much. Let us give them a big round of applause.
This is a point where the convener joins you for your group photo, your panel photo. And please permit me most respectfully invite Dr. Tijani Aliyu and Honorable Fatima Talba to join this photo, please. And of course, the First Lady of Kuje, who will take this message back to the hinterland. Please join the photo. So, Kuje women, I don't hear how Nafi make money now. Say if it happen. So what are you thinking? Money is coming. Joy is coming. The First Lady of Buhari. Where is she? She's been very quiet in her corner. She doesn't want me to. Thank you very much. Madam Talba, please join in the middle, please. You can't be hidden, please. Thank you. Yamata? Huh? Abaji. Abaji, First Lady is here. Is she here, please? She's not here. I didn't see her. Where is she? It don't round. Thank you. Don't worry. We didn't leave her away. Tomorrow is another day. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you for agreeing. Thank you, Vani. Proper time management. Thank you. My convener, we shall keep moving. We shall keep moving. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You won't see me. Thank you very much. Thank you to you. Thank you. Okay, is it 4 of you want a photo together? That's what I'm thinking. So just stand and take the photo so we have peace. The photographer, are you taken?
Okay, thank you very much. A big round of applause for each and every one of us. Honestly, I feel like we pushed against a truck and we made it. A big round of applause to all of us for managing that time. However, I want to make a special plea. Should you have had a question that is lingering in your mind, about the 2 sessions that we pushed against and delivered, please just note those questions, and I'm sure that by tomorrow we might have enough time to relate to it or provide some sort of direction, for the question that might be lingering in your mind anyway. I'd also like to finish up by admonishing us to please kindly show up early tomorrow so that we don't lose any essence of any of the panels that we have. We'll be able to harness it to the minimum, to the maximum strength of those conversations that we're going to be having. I cannot close today's session without saying a special thank you to our guest speakers. You were wonderful. You just lit a lot of hearts with information, and I thank you for it. I thank you especially all panelists that were here today and still patiently sitting down and waiting for us to conclude on today's activity. Moderators, you were wonderful. I don't know what kind of machines we ran through you, but you were wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, I have admonished that, we come out early tomorrow. I've got this little, is it a ring? It's a counter. It's a prayer counter. Someone left it in the bus this morning, transporting this way. So if your counter is lost, please come to me for it. Yes, lunch stroke dinner is served. So we would quietly go and have our lunch. Please rest. Is there anybody here who doesn't have a ticket? Linda and Bella, I understand, will lead us to lunch. Please ensure that you have your meal ticket. Otherwise, hello, beautiful ladies. I'd like for all of us to appreciate this beautiful lady standing here and give her a big round of applause for just co-anchoring. And sometimes, you see, plenty times I sat down, because that's the confidence that I have that she's going to do it. Thank you, Glory. Thank you, Glory. And on that note,
before the note, please a round of applause for my team lead. It is one thing to be mentored. It's another thing to let go of the mentee and say you can run this. Please a round of applause for her. And please turn to your neighbor and say, sister or brother, you shall not be late tomorrow. You will not go for breakfast at 9 a.m. because we are meant to be here by 9. Thank you once again. Special thanks to Dr. Ramatu Tijani Abdullah Aliu. Dr. Ramatu Tijani Aliu, thank you very much, ma. Special thanks to Honorable Fatima Talba Abubakar. Special thanks to Osasu Igbenedion Oguche, Dr. Mohir, Dr. Vani, Ambassador Steph Nora, thank you so much. Members of the Fourth Estate of the REM, members of my constituency, the press, thank you so very much. So, God be with you till we see tomorrow. Sleep early, wake up early. Make sure you meet Ghana jollof rice and Nigeria jollof rice at Marriott's.